8. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Sky Travel who bursts to the front. Ruby's Mission the outside with Eastern Star second and third. Then it's Nurse Bunny, followed up by the entry mates. Oh, Mrs. Maisel and Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly up into fourth, now up into third. And at the back, that is Beauty's Bengal, who's about 13 lengths off the lead. It's Sky Travel on the engine, has the lead by 4 over Red Butterfly, who's in pursuit in second. Eastern Star nudged upon in third. Oh, Mrs. Maisel towards the inside fourth. Ruby's Mission outside of Nurse Bunny fifth and sixth, and 6 lengths back to Beauty's Bengal, who's at the back of the pack. A quarter of a mile left to travel, and it's Sky Travel who turns into the stretch with a huge lead. Eastern Star, the bright gray on the outside, then the entry mates. Oh, Mrs. Maisel and Red Butterfly are plugging away. Sky Travel has a long 1 furlong to go, has the lead by 5. Nurse Bunny, Oh, Mrs. Maisel, and then Beauty's Bengal. Sky Travel leads by 3, and Sky Travel will do enough to win. Nurse Bunny second, then it was Beauty's Bengal. 6:20 the winning mutual, first race official. Exacta 122.50. 50-cent trifecta, $119. And they're off. It's Percy, Brown Don't Stop, English Storm, Miles and Miles on the outside. Miles and Brown Don't Stop. Those are the two that kick on with it early on. Percy is to the inside of English Storm for third. Tap It Easy's off the pace today in second last, and Well Suited is at the back of the pack as the top two are very wide as they navigate that first turn. Brown Don't Stop has a lead by a half length. Miles and Miles outside in second. Percy tugging at the jockey to go on in third. A length and a half, 2 off the lead. Tap It Easy able to split rivals in fourth. English Storm outside of him, and Well Suited's at the back of the pack and only about 4.5 lengths from top to bottom as they race up the backstretch. Brown Don't Stop with 4.5 furlongs to go lets it out a notch, has a lead by a little over a length. Miles and Miles chasing in second. Percy and the White Silks towards the inside third. English Storm 3 wide. Well Suited able to scoot on through towards the inside, going from last up into third is Well Suited. A nice move by the jockey and will be to the inside of Percy on the far turn. Tap It Easy is in fourth and about 10 lengths off the lead. English Storm is next, and Miles is at the back of the pack. All the meanwhile, Brown Don't Stop has built up a 7-length lead. Well Suited is on the outside in second. Percy races in third. Then it's Tap It Easy in fourth. They got 3/16 to go. It's Brown Don't Stop who has a lead by 7. Well Suited is a clear-cut second, and Percy is in third. 16th to go. It's Brown Don't Stop. Brown Don't Stop did exactly that. Brown Don't Stop crushes, winning by 3. Well Suited second. Percy third. Tap It Easy fourth. $6.90 the winning mutual, daily double 45.20, exacta 34.20. Thoughts is in, they're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Z-End and Tasty Wave who send out for the lead. Late Thoughts on the far outside in third. Then it's Tumbles and Shahana's towards the inside at the back of the pack. 2 by 3 as they race up the backstretch. And now Tasty Wave spurts clear by a length and a half. Z-End defers in second. Tumbles, Green Blinkers third. Late Thoughts, extreme outside. Up the backstretch, now up into third, 3.5 off the lead, and Shahana's going to be in some tight quarters at the back of the pack as they got about 3.5 furlongs to go. Tasty Wave, Z-End challenging for the top spot with 3 furlongs to go. Light Thoughts ranges up to the outside, up in the second. Tasty Wave backpedals third. Tumbles nudged upon in fourth, and 4 lengths back to Shahana, who's in the fifth and trailing position as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And Z-End looks good. Z-End comes off the turn, leading by a widening 5 lengths, now 6 over Light Thoughts in second. Tumbles is towards her inside third. Shahana getting on track, finally on the far outside in fourth, but well inside the final furlong. It's Z-End. Z-End's going to make this winning streak 3 wins in a row and is now 5 for 6 lifetime. Close for second, Tumbles. Shahana Tumbles second. Shahana third. Light Thoughts fourth. Deborah Breed and Carrie Ann Breed, the ownership. Deborah Breed, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Deborah Breed's the breeder as well. 210, and they're off. Taking up after the start, Morvino. It's Squire Creek from an inside post sitting out for the lead. Ladies Golden Guy 3 wide. The Institute up close. Now backs off a little bit in third, 2 off the lead. A space of 3 lengths back to Crypto Causeway is a length and a half in front of Morvino. And Tacony Roads at the back of the pack as they have a half mile to go. Squire Creek on top by a half length. Ladies Golden Guy stalks outside second. The Institute in a good spot in third. 3 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths to Crypto Causeway urged in fourth. Morvino's in second last, and a length and a half, 2 to Tacony Road, who trails the field. First quarter, 23 and a fifth, less than 2.5 furlongs to go, and the Institute with a 3 wide bid for the front end. The Institute contending for the top spot as Squire Creek attempts to go with that one. Ladies Golden Guy drifts out wide, and then it is Crypto Causeway who's skimming the inside. Crypto Causeway's up into third and 3 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. It's Squire Creek on top. The Institute second. Crypto Causeway has nowhere to go. Well, now trying to go to the outside of Squire Creek, and Crypto Causeway gets the racing room. Crypto Causeway wins over Squire Creek. Then it was the Institute. 1180 the winning mutual. Daily double 1140, exacta $102.50, 50-cent trifecta $100. And they're off. It's 10-run rule, Majestic Michael. Majestic Michael gets the lead over 10-run rule. Tip of the boot scrapes the paint in third, now up into a joint second. El Bombi 3 wide around that first turn in second last, and a few lengths back to On Cloud Wine, who's at the back of the pack as they corner around the first turn. It's Majestic Michael who has the lead by a length and a half. Tip of the boot is towards the inside, and then it's 10-run rule on his outside. 10-run rule back into second. Tip of the boot in third. Then 3.5 lengths to El Bombi, who's about 3 lengths in front of On Cloud Wine, who trails. First quarter mile, 24 4/5 as they travel up the backstretch. Majestic Michael on top, the lead's a length over 10-run rule, harassing outside second, and then a space of about 2.5 lengths to Tip of the Boot, who settles in third. El Bombi is to the outside of On Cloud Wine. Those two about 10 lengths off the lead. As they got 3 furlongs to go, Majestic Michael goes to the opening half in 49 1/5, and Majestic Michael draws clear. Majestic Michael on top. Let's call it 9 lengths. The battle for second right now. Tip of the Boot is to the inside of 10-run rule, and then it's El Bombi as the favorite Majestic Michael goes out to the center of the course, and this race changes completely as they reach the top of the stretch. Tip of the Boot has the lead, but now it's On Cloud Wine. On Cloud Wine now striking the front with a final furlong to go and opens up by about a length. Tip of the Boot tries to come back towards the inside. On Cloud Wine, Tip of the Boot, On Cloud Wine in a very strange race. Tip of the They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. It's Coffee Futures who sent out for the lead Super Slide as Flannery's Music getting on track from the back of the pack up into a joint third with Ramon. Then it's Wine Trail. Mira Vigliosa now threading her way through traffic, now up into third. And at the back, it's Fidalia jostling for position as they have a half mile to go. Coffee Futures has the lead. Super Slide, Mira Viglioso second and third. Ramon's in the clear outside in fourth, 2.5 off the lead. Flattery's Music behind rivals in fifth, and 3 lengths back to Fidalia, who's to the inside of Wine Trail, who's under pressure at the back. 2.5 furlongs to go. Coffee Futures has the lead by a length. Mira Viglioso outside in second. Ramon is in third. Then it's Flattery's Music. Super Slide towards the inside in fifth, and it's Fidalia as they turn into the stretch. Coffee Futures shaken up. Mira Viglioso is on the stand side. Flattery's Music's at the fence. 1 furlong to go. Mira Viglioso has the lead by 3 parts of a length over Coffee Futures and Flattery's Music in deep stretch. It's Mira Viglioso victorious. Coffee Futures second. Flattery's Music third. Ramon fourth. Hibiscus Stables bred Mira Viglioso. 820 the winning mutual. Daily double 64.50. Exacta 79. Jake's Orchard's in, and they're off. Good start for Jake's Orchard from an outside post, going out for the lead. Military Road, the 1-2 favorites up the inside in second. Then we got a line of three. Find a Name, Not for Newton, and Burn Notice are at the back of the pack as they lean into that first turn. Jake's Orchard able to cross and clear. Military Road shifts to the outside in second. Not for Newton races in third. Find a Name towards the inside fourth. Length and a half back to Burn Notice, who takes up residency at the back of the pack and about 8 lengths off the lead. As they angle on to the backstretch, Jake's Orchard, doling out the early fractions, has a lead by a half length. Military Road poised to go on the outside in second. A space of about 3 lengths. And Not for Newton is a clear-cut third, and that horse is about 3 lengths in front of Find a Name, and a half length back to Burn Notice, who's at the back of the pack. They run past the half-mile pull. Jake's Orchard on top. The lead's a half length. Military Road racing in second. Then about 4 lengths to Not for Newton third. Burn Notice out of last, and about 6 lengths off the lead, and 2 lengths back to Find a Name at trails. The half was in 49 4/5, midway on the far turn. And it's Military Road who takes over from Jake's Orchard. Not for Newton in the yellow blinkers outside up into second. Burn Notice is in fourth, but will be spun out very wide for the stretch drive as they turn into the stretch. Military Road is set down for the drive, has the lead by 3 lengths. Not for Newton shifting ground. Jake's Orchard at the fence, and Burn Notice on the grandstand side. As they run to the 16th pole, it's Military Road who is a cut above the rest. Military Road and Caber Coa report home in front by about 9. Burn Notice second. Not for Newton third. Jake's Orchard, 50-cent try, $5.10. Dime Super, $2.49. Eighth and final Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, last, and they're off. Pretty good start. Mano going out for the lead. Big Ego alongside in second. Palmisio will be 3 wide around that first turn in third. Fast Amendment will be ground saving around the turn in fourth. And then it's Viking Warrior, who's a few lengths in front of Waiting for AI, who's dropped back to the rear of the field as they navigate the first turn. Mano and those red blinkers has the inside and the lead. Big Ego rates on the outside in second. Palmisio, white blinkers in third, 2 lengths off the lead to the outside of Fast Amendment, who's covered up in fourth. 2 more lengths back to Viking Warrior, who's about 8 lengths in front of the trailer, Waiting for AI. First quarter mile, 25 seconds as they travel up the backstretch. Mano has the head in front of Big Ego. Fast Amendment along the inside in third. A couple of challengers outside of that one, including Viking Warrior and Palmisio. They're now third and fourth as Fast Amendment tries to keep position and does exactly that. Still needs somewhere to run, though. 2 lengths off the lead and many lengths back to Waiting for AI, who trails the field as Big Ego takes over. Big Ego with 2.5 furlongs to go leads by a length and a half. Viking Warrior, Fast Amendment, the dangers, second and third. Palmisio's in fourth at 7 lengths off the lead as Mano drops back as they turn into the stretch. Viking Warrior 3 wide. Big Ego's at the fence. Fast Amendment can't keep up with those two at this point in time. Will shift to the outside and attempt to re-rally. 1 furlong to go. A showdown between Viking Warrior and Big Ego. Viking Warrior with the head in front of Big Ego at the 16th pole, and it's Viking Warrior. Viking Warrior give Worry a riding double. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, a Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is sloppy. Got about 60 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, got a couple scratches. Scratch number 2, Colton Goes. Scratch number 4, Street Cop Officer. Colton Goes, Street Cop Officer, 2 and 4, scratch from the first. Jockey change at number 7, Wild Banker, to Joel Cruz. Joel Cruz on number 7, Wild Banker. Waive the apprentice allowance, make the weight 124. Second race. Second race, no changes. Third race, no changes. Fourth race. Scratch number 1, Big Rich. That's part of an entry. Number 1, Big Rich, part of an entry out of race number 4. Race number 5. Scratch part of an entry, Lucio Non Uro. Scratch number 2, Rodolphi. Scratch number 7, Sea Shepherd. Lucio Non Uro, Rodolphi, Sea Shepherd, 1, 2, and 7 out of the 5th. Sixth race. No changes. Seventh race, got a scratch of number 5, Swift Bank. Number 5, Swift Bank, a scratch from the 7th race. Number 7, Rockin' Money, the rider, a scant 1 pound over. Eighth and final. Jockey change at number 8, Grand Lady Indy, to Juan Negron. Juan Negron on number 8, Grand Lady Indy, in the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. I want to remind everyone that on Labor Day, Monday, September 1st, make your plans to come out to Finger Lakes. We'll have food specials, Jockey's Foot Race, and the popular $10 bet and get bounce back promotion. Just wager $10, win, place, or show on any Finger Lakes live race with the mutual clerks in the upper grandstand or lower clubhouse to receive a bounce back coupon to redeem at the Lucky North Rewards desk for $10 gaming free play on your next visit. Limit 1 redemption, and you'll have 30 days to redeem it starting on September 2nd. Also, Finger Lakes racing programs will be free at both program stand locations. If that's not enough, we'll have a stakes race, the $50,000 Arctic Queen Stakes, which will highlight the racing element here at Finger Lakes on Monday, September 1st. Got about 56 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
All right, welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. It is wet out there. I mean, we have been spoiled, it seems like, this summer. I remember May and June, it was raining all the time. Everybody's complaining, man, we're getting a lot of rain. Great weather for ducks, but not so great for people. And, yeah, when are we going to get some nice days? And then the heat hit for July and August, and it just seems like we haven't had that many sloppy racetracks lately. Not even really any off tracks lately. So today, you get the enjoyment of handicapping for an off track. I actually looked at today's card and said, man, this is actually a really nice card for handicapping or playing the races. You got some good sized fields today. You got an off track that you have to kind of audible and play the off track, and it's a factor in a lot of these races as far as who runs on it and who doesn't. And they're competitive races, not just big fields. They're good, decent sized fields. They're pretty competitive. Sloppy racetrack should be interesting for some of these races today, especially looking at, you look at the fifth race. You got some maidens in there. One of them's worth $1 million. I don't think that horse is going to be 12-1. You got a 10-horse field in race number 6, and there's a few of them that should step up on the off. The 7th race is an interesting allowance race, and then you finish off with a 5,000 claimer. That could be anybody. You got a broken vow horse who hasn't run well on an off track, but it might be coming around too. It's one of those. I thought the late pick 5 could be a good play today with the good size fields. Good luck. It's an enjoyable card, and see if I can be good today, because I got some prices. Who says I pick favorites? I got horses. It might be one of the first few times that I've had 2 top choices that were double-digit morning line or higher, and that's today. Also got a horse that's 5-1 later in the card as well. So it's one of those cards that it's very competitive in some of these fields, and you have to account for the sloppy racetrack today. So it was a fun card yesterday, and I'll talk about the horse later. We had a couple 1-9 shots on yesterday's card, and one heavy favorite looked like it was cruising to victory and then lost all action. Can't cash your tickets until they hit the wire. We'll look at today, see what today has in store for us. Remember, sloppy racetrack. And one thing I'll say about the track today, make sure you take your notes. I took notes yesterday. Front speed was good early in the day, seemed to even out. Well, the track's going to probably change after this week. We are going to do a refresh, we'll call it, or recondition the track this week. So it'll be interesting to see if it does play a little bit different going into next week. It slows it down a little bit. First race, we scratched the 2. Colton goes the distance of 1.70 miles. Guess we did have a late scratch in here, just got it. And it was my top choice, or one of my top choices. Actually, I had the horse second. Street Cop Officer, who was so impressive when dropped to 5 last time. Well, you don't have to worry about that one. Street Cop Officer will be scratched. Didn't know how that horse will handle the off track. His other races on the off track weren't that good anyway. Maybe it was a track condition scratch. Didn't get the reason, but did scratch. Also scratched the 2. Colton goes. Well, you don't have to worry about whether Street Cop Officer handles the track or not. One horse that does have, and I'm going to look at some of the breeding and the off-track numbers. The 1 Spetro has a very good number for the off-track. Here's a horse by Ghost Sapper. Man, we had a horse by Justify yesterday, a horse by Ghost Sapper. It's some really well-bred horse. Get that other one that Beth Miller Saul had that was American Pharaoh, I think it was. Spetro has a good Tomlinson for the off-track. Was running mostly on different surfaces. So a couple starts on the off was against much tougher fields than what he'll face here. So you don't always look at the off-track record for these horses. And I've seen other people do that, especially here at Finger Lakes. Other people have handicapped the cards, and they'll say, well, this horse has got 3 wins and 8 starts on an off-track, must love it. Sometimes he got speed favoring tracks or other variables. A sloppy track is a lot different than a good track. And I see that across the country too. You got to look at the breeding a little bit more. Not necessarily, and yeah, you do have to look how they perform. Maybe the numbers, the buyer numbers, and or whatever you use, Brisnet numbers, more important than whether they finish first, second, or third on the off track that day, because a lot of times it's other variables in your competition. But anyway, with that said, Spetro finished off the board last time, was in for the waiver claim for 11-9, which probably didn't matter because they're in for 5 today with no protection. Has good speed from the inside. I don't know if they're going to try to use that speed. I guess if you're on the rail, you got kegs or kegs outside of you, but you also got Bobby the Tank with some speed. It's a tricky race because it's full of early speed. I guess maybe Wild Banker comes into play. I didn't like that horse originally, but because of the scratch and because of all the speed, I think you got to use him as the really only true closer in the race. But you figure Spectro and Kegs, or Keegs, however you want to look at it, are probably the two speeds. And the rest of them are close up anyway. Bobby the Tank probably wants the lead. That's why he tried to kind of lay off Kegs a little bit last time. It didn't work. Finalist was up close throughout last time. So what you have is a field that's basically loaded for speed, but maybe the speed of the speed, or maybe who I think is the best horse of the speed, Spectro, could just hold the rail. He's inside too. That kind of helps. And maybe wins his first race. Kegs ran huge last time. He went fast. He went 47 and 112. The track was decently quick too, though. But that's how the horse runs. You look at the fractions he's run the last 2 races. He likes this racetrack. You know, the quicker track that we have this year, Keys, who was running at Tampa, you know, he does fast fractions. That's what he does. So you know he's going to be out there with Spectro, who also does fast fractions. They'll probably go 47. But both of them could keep going. That's the whole point here. You don't really have horses that pass horses in here other than Wild Banker. And Wild Banker's not the horse he used to be. Wild Banker's form lately, you know, he's age 8 now, as he comes here after running in New York most of his career. I don't know if he's the same horse. I mean, he does drop to 5, and you got to respect him just on the drop in class because of all the speed in here. It's just a question, is he good enough? I like the drop from Spectro, and I also like the off-track numbers for Spectro. So that's where I'm going to lean. And, you know, look at the board, early board right now. He could be considered the longest shot at 3-1. They're all 3-1, 5-2 or 3-1 in race number 1. Second race goes one of my favorite distances, 1 mile and 1/16. Here's the thing. There's no speed in here, really. Does Dancing with Jake have speed stretching out? Unity Dreams. I think that's Shayla McCugg's first start of the year. Good luck to her. I like the class level of Skellig Island. I know the horse hasn't shown much this year, but does have his best lifetime buyer on and off track. Now, Joel Cruz opts to ride Vesuvio, but he does ride more for M. Anthony Ferraro. I try not to look so much at the jockey moves lately. As the jockeys have been making some bad choices lately, and I've been kind of going with a rider choice. Maybe I should blame the agents, but Skellig Island ran 3rd when dropped for a tag and going in a sprint, and that's not his best distance. That's 5.5 furlongs. Last time, yeah, got beat up. The horse wasn't even close, but did get compromised by a bad start. That had a lot to do, especially with a horse that doesn't have much for early speed and probably wants to route anyway. And you look at the routes, just overmatched in a lot of them. You were against Alfgar one of the races, Burning Beauty, who put up a big number that day, and Mr. Ripple. We'll see Mr. Ripple later this week, and that was an allowance race. This horse hasn't run long for 5,000 this year. Has it? I mean, yeah, maybe going back to Penn National, ran in a 2 lifetime for 5. So it is a question of, is this where he really belongs? It's not a very strong field, and I think maybe the difference maker is that he hasn't won on an off track, but his best numbers are on an off track. Why not? A lean here. Makar adds blinkers. One thing you say about Makar, the only career win that this horse has had was on an off track. Again, I'm handicapping for an off track today. Should be an off track all day. and ran a good race against Neptune Beach. Actually claimed foul in that race. Not sure if it affected, if Neptune Beach wasn't going to beat him anyway. I think that's why they left the horse up. But the last race wasn't as good. They're going to put the blinkers back on. This horse had blinkers going back to the fall. I don't know if that's good or bad because he's 1 for 20 in his career. So it wasn't like the blinkers worked before. Sometimes the change helps, and we'll see. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I think the horse just keeps his form whether he has the blinkers or not. But I do think he doesn't mind an off track, considering his only win was on the off track. I guess that's what you could say here. They put the blinkers back on. One thing you say, the horse's maiden victory, believe, was the day he had blinkers and on an off track. So maybe that's a good thing. The 6th Vesuvio drops in class, much like Skellig Island, makes a similar drop. Problem is, this horse's form is not good lately, but it is against tougher. Broke his maiden against the 30s. It's the only real good race he's run over the last 5 starts was the maiden victory. But it's the drop in class. He dropped to a tag last time, and one thing you say about the drop was compromised by the break. Maybe the horse would have run a lot better than what he did. Probably be the favorite in here because of the connections and everything, but I don't know. It's still a question of, is this horse still any good? He ran here before. Last year as a 2-year-old, and he had the good 2-year-old numbers. What are they transposed to? $5,000 claiming numbers. I think he's keeping his numbers as a 2-year-old. I don't know if this horse has improved as a 3-year-old. So here he is, in the proper spot at 5,000. Much like Skellig Island. Maybe Skellig Island is in the proper spot at 5,000. And it might be how they handle the sloppy track today. I'll throw in the 2, One With Everything. Seems to always fire. Got a nice trip last time to finish second, but it was just no matches. The Mighty Don just got away from him. I don't know if that was a better field. I thought he ran well against HB Plaisance, who got loose 2 races in a row. Got to use them. He's more of an underneath horse, but you got to use him. 3, 4, 6, 2. And the big thing is the pace here. I look at it as who is going to get the lead in here. And that could be a factor, too, because Skellig Island, he is stretching out of sprints, but it's not like he's got a lot of speed in routes either. Makar, maybe put the blinkers back on, may show a little speed. There's absolutely none. And you may see something like a 51 or 52 half if nobody's that aggressive. They may just be bunched up early. That's what makes this race tricky. It's not just you're looking at, both the drop downs look like they should play. Makar definitely plays. But how this pace flow goes might be a big factor in race number 2, especially on the sloppy track. We don't know how the sloppy track's going to play either. Remember yesterday, the track was quick early in the day. It seemed to slow down later in the day, but they were doing some fast times early. Third race, a 5,000 claimer going 5.5 furlongs. I'm thinking Ouch That Hurt might come back. She's performing. I know her numbers aren't any better than on a fast track. It's one of those things where the horse has been better than her rivals because she's been well spotted against the bottom claimers over the last few years, that she just keeps her form on an off track more than stepping up on an off track. And I think you hear that people say, "Wow, this horse really loves an off track." I say this all the time, but I don't think anybody really listens anyway. But a lot of horses, they don't improve on off tracks. They simply keep their form. The off track doesn't bother them, and you can tell by the numbers. And when you go into these races where it's a case of the other horses don't like the off track, all you have to do is you keep your form, and the other variables come into play, and you have a good off track record. I think that's the case for Ouch That Hurt. And I'll have people say, "Oh man, that horse loves an off track," whatever. He's 50% on off track, and he's performed well. But overall, the horse has got a good record on a fast track as well. And you look at I look more against the competition. Her last race might be good enough to beat this field. And she closed a little bit. She usually likes to stay close to the pace, maybe track the pace or beyond the pace. Last race, she kind of sat back and made a run, and the stopping Fast Fran, she went by her. Fast Fran just isn't the same horse this year. She runs later today. I'm going outside her on top. Laughter, yeah, maybe the start compromised her a little bit, but I don't think she ran as well as she did her prior start. I don't know what's going on with Laughter. Maybe she's just not as good as I think she is. But she's been okay on an off track. You notice she's been no worse than second in her 5 starts on an off track. Again, not sure if she actually steps up on it, but she certainly doesn't mind it with that kind of record. I think you got to use her today against this field. And then you look at the pace scenario, maybe throw in a horse that figures to close ground. That's the 3 Jolly Miss Jill. A little inconsistent in the form, but she does have a couple wins on the off track, so shouldn't mind it. It does shorten up a little bit, but it looks like there's a good enough pace that she'll have something to run at, and that puts her into play. I'm going 6-1-3 in the third. Now we start the late pick 5. Love this late pick 5. You may want to throw some money at it. You know, maybe I'm trying to help the racetracks handle, but I do think it is a good pick 5 to throw some money at, because there might be some value today with the good sized fields and with the off track. 11-9 Claimer is the 4th. Non-winners of a race since a date are never won 4 or 3-year-olds. We scratched the 1 part of entry, Big Rich. Fiery Heart, if you remember, was on a tear. I think it was back in, was it 2023? Fiery Heart came in here, broke his maiden, I think it was for 5,000, and then just kept winning and winning and winning. The numbers were better and better and better. And then went to New York. It was over. I mean, it wasn't going to do anything in New York against those open claimers. But runs good here. Runs good to the starter competition, the 11-9s. And he's been well spotted. That's where he belongs, and that's where Buckley's had him. He's just run into some good horses at the level. Emerald Forest was going good. And I don't even know if Emerald Forest was better than Fiery Heart. I think Fiery Heart was compromised by his post position more than anything. He had to work out a trip from out there and still almost got there. His next start, it was only a 4-horse field. Sometimes those 4-horse fields, you don't get those true pace scenarios that you need, or sometimes you get a good 4-horse field like that one. I mean, you got Disco Dino, a former stakes winner, and In Sky We Trust, who's really, truly an allowance horse that's won 2 in a row. So he ran third behind 2 good ones. You may look at it like, oh, geez, he finished third in a 4-horse field. No, I finished third behind Disco Dino and In Sky We Trust. This race is good. I'm not saying it's not a tough race for 11-9, but I think if Fiery Heart gets the right kind of trip, he can win here, and I don't think he minds an off track. I'm gonna go with him on top. Flowing River is the speed. It looks like in here. Look, he might have some company early from Courageous Ola. I don't know if Give Me the Money plays into that, but Courageous Ola does if he decides to be aggressive here. And that's the key. If Flowing River can get a clear lead in here, look out. He can win at 6 furlongs, and his best lifetime buyer is on and off track. It's all a matter, I think, with Flowing River, if he gets pressed or not. I always think he's better than the 5,000 claimers he's up against. I mean, he got beat by Coach Bahi, who's not really a true 5,000 claimer. He's good. Beat Max Foster, who ran a quick time his next start, and then he beat Candy Dancer, who's good at the level in the 2 and the 6 months. So he's good. He's getting good numbers, but I think the key to the race is how much pressure he gets early going to 3/4 place. Civil Service, he's always been a horse that finished second and third a lot, but he's been against better horses than these. He's in for the 4 lifetime. He's never been worse than second on and off track. Of course, I got him third today. I'm just concerned about how this track's going to play. I'm also concerned about the lack of early speed. Granted, I know he is a horse that has never had much for early speed. He's a closer, but he's far back early. At least he gets an extra half furlong today to put in his late run, and that could be what he needs. And it is a question of, does Flowing River get pressure from horses like Courageous Ola? That'll factor into whether Civil Service can make that late run and get up to get the victory. He's probably better than most of these, and he's a deserving favorite. I mean, he's the morning line favorite at 3-1, and deserving. He's got the back class, he's got the numbers. But the thing is, does he get the pace? Because when you have that closer running style, even if you're the best horse, a lot of times you're at the mercy of that early pace. Another interesting one, like I said, these races are competitive. Because what can you say about No Confession, the 8 horse? Well, I am due for a confession. It's been a while. He's got a good number for an off track. And he's got trouble lines. I mean, this horse has had all kinds of excuses. Broke slow, was in tight last time, and he's right. If you watch a replay, this horse did have a troubled trip and wasn't badly beaten against Breaking Stones. Similar race today as far as how good this race is. He's horsed by Into Mischief. Should be. He is that good. He is good enough to win at the 11-9 level. Gets Kiber Koa today. Again, off-track breeding. Against most fields, I would put this horse on top. It's a good field with Flowing River, Fiery Heart, Civil Service. I could see any of these 4 horses winning. And I could even see Monomoy Beach stepping up and winning. Then you got the old-time veteran, old man winner. This is a good race. This is like the old Finger Lakes races I used to handicap back in the day. Those are a lot of fun. Like the 4th race. Scratch the 1, part of entry. Lucio Non Uro. Probably said that one wrong. Rodolphi, scratched. And the 7, Sea Shepherd. Scratch. What do you say about this race? Man, we got a maiden race that, I mean, there's a couple horses that are very expensive here at Finger Lakes, even a couple that run for 5. I know Amelia Green had one yesterday that was a $375,000 yearling. And, man, that horse made that race thrilling. Talk about Majestic Michael, who was a heavy favorite, deserved to be, was just cruising to victory. Nobody was touching that horse. Would have won by a lot. But then just lost all action on the turn for home. Like I say, you never cash your tickets till they cross the wire. That was one of those races. Well, we got another one sent in by Amelia Green. That one cost $375. This one cost $1 million as a yearling. Talking about rebellious type. And you look at the breeding, you know why. It's an Into Mischief out of a dam that was a multiple graded stakes winner. I think our morning line handicapper had a little too much fun that week or something and made this horse 12-1 morning line. I don't think this horse will be 12-1. But then again, maybe everybody will be gun shy after watching the horse yesterday sent in by this trainer. I don't know. She's a very good trainer, by the way, with her horses. But the one thing I like, I mean, you're an Into Mischief horse, but a 422 Tomlinson. And the other thing is, even if you don't look at that, his first career start was at Saratoga against open maiden special weights. This is Kentucky bred against open maiden special weight. Was part of an entry that was favored that day, and John Velasquez aboard. Man, okay, so he didn't fire. So your second start, you go to Finger Lakes and you're 12-1 morning line. Come on, man. Yeah, I like this horse on top. I'm gonna just take a shot. And it may not be anything. It may not run to his breeding, but I'm gonna put him on top at 12-1. Yeah, again, an Into Mischief out of a dam that's a graded stakes winner. Yeah, got to give him. At least he deserves a second chance after not winning his first chance. We got another one in here that Masad, who should be listed as a first-time gelding, by the way, had only one start. It was on the turf, not really, probably better bred for the dirt. But this one cost $140,000 as a 2-year-old. We got some high-priced horses in here. Probably a couple horses that'll look like stakes winners in our paddock. today. Again, out of a dam by Into Mischief, they think the dam sold for $450,000 as a 2-year-old. Not thinking, it does say that. This is second full of that dam. Again, they tried the horse first time in a route on the turf. Again, this is another one like Rebellious Type. Doesn't this horse deserve another chance? I got him third. I mean, Asleep at 8, I got to use it, and the horse figures. Asleep at 8 did have a troubled trip last time as the favorite. It's got a tougher field, well, conceivably tougher field if these horses run to their breeding today, but Asleep at 8 deserves another chance, another race over the track because of the trouble that he had last time. And you look at the form before that, Churchill Downs at Oaklawn, he's got some decent form that you got to think that he's going to be in the top 3 today. I got him second. Use Mossad for third. Could see any of these 3 winning. And again, you got a horse that's more locally bred, talking about Rise Advantage, but still pretty well bred. You have the Weefsea. That means this horse is another one that's a half to PJ Advantage that won the Barker back in 2019. Now, I know that's more Finger Lakes breeding, but the thing about PJ Advantage is he liked an off track. I think he won half of his starts on an off track. And this one's by Bustin' Stones. So should enjoy the off going today. It makes first start for Barrow. And the other ones, I mean, the PJ Advantage, those horses didn't mind an off track. Then you got Cadillac Joe by Cadillac Cruiser, very well bred horse. Maybe he deserves another chance, adding blinkers. Sanzio comes in here for the first time for Michael S. Ferraro. The dam was a multiple stakes winner. Good maiden race. As I mentioned, got a couple double-digit odd morning line horses today. Competitive race. Rebellious Type is one of them. I got him at 12-1 on top. Hopefully he runs for me. Hopefully I don't get out there thinking I'm going to win with this horse and then blows his action on the turn too. That could happen. That's why horse racing has been so exciting in the past. I mean, you get these horses. I think we had one, not to make light of a jockey jumping off a horse, but there was one years ago where a horse was something like double-digit odds. He's like 50 or 60-1. Had a clear, easy lead in the stretch, and it was an inexperienced rider. He fell off the horse right before. I mean, nothing happened to the horse, nothing bad or anything. It just, the jockey lost his balance. And he was okay. That's why I'm making light of it. Everybody was okay. But anything can happen in this sport of horse racing. 6th race, a 5,000 claimer. We go a distance of 6 furlongs. And here's the other one that I took a horse that was double-digit odds morning line. Now, probably deserves higher odds because he's never went this distance. And that was my only issue with Sweet Julian from the rail. Every race he's had, 4.5, 5.5 furlongs. Today, he's going to venture 6 furlongs. Now I can see this horse is a big price just because we got a 10-horse field that's competitive. Not sure where the money's going to go. Probably either 7th race Shake or Free Folk. They got the Free Folk and 7th race Shake are the 2 favorites in here. But Sweet Julian at 10-1 certainly has its appeal at that price. His first career start was in the slop. Now, granted, it was shorter, 4.5 furlongs, against Scales of Gold, who, that horse was okay, but he's quick, so you're chasing that horse. And his next start, he got the lead in the slop, but he went pretty quick for the day anyway, and ended up fading against Rockin' Money and Gray-Haired Gus. It turned out to be a pretty good race for the special weights. Well, he came back to win his next race against a pretty decent field, but he controlled the pace in 23 and 47. So I'm not looking at like he ran a huge race or anything, and he did get a little tired. But my point is, those are maiden special weights. These are 5,000 2 lifetime claimers. And if he runs that race and can get that extra half furlong that he ran to break his maiden, it's going to be awfully tough in here, don't you think? I am a little concerned about the 6 furlongs. That was my one thing with Sweet Julian, but I do think he can hold the rail on the other speed in here and hang around at 5,000 at least. Maybe he gets a little bit short at 6 furlongs and doesn't get there, but at 10 to 1, I'm going to take a shot with this one on top. 7th race shake, very logical. Was claimed for 5,000, ran second behind another drop down, Four Eyes that day. Of course, Four Eyes has remained at 5,000 since that win. But he came back and ran a good second at the 11 and 9. My one knock on 7th race shake is he's got 5 seconds in 12 starts and just the one win. It's got to be tough at the 5,000 level, back at this level. Yeah, the 8 Free Folk, I don't like the post, but his only win did come on and off track, and it was here at Finger Lakes. So I did use him fourth. I just didn't love him as the favorite in a wide open field with that post. Drive Through was the other one I used. Drive Through takes a drop in class to 5,000. Broke his maiden not that long ago against maiden claimers. Granted, it wasn't the toughest of fields for the 11,000 maiden claimers, but he was competitive against maiden special weight. Kind of like you look at Sweet Julian. He was running against maiden special weights. Actually broke his maiden against maiden special weights. Drive Through had a drop to 11 and 9. He's only had one start against winners, and it was a decent race. They won a decent time, and now drops the class to 5,000 to stay at the 2 lifetime level. That puts him in play here. Granted, 6 furlongs doesn't. I mean, he's only had 13 starts, but he's only had the 1 second and 6 starts at the distance. I think he might be more of a 5.5 furlong horse. But, at 5,000 may not matter. Good 6 race. I went 1, 4, 8, and 10 through the favor for 4th. Okay, 7th race. Scratch the 5. Swift Bank. This was a tricky read in a sense. I'm hoping Unbroken Chain can get to the lead in this one. I know Rockin' the Money is outside of him, and Rockin' Money has speed, but I think Unbroken Chain is at least just as fast, and he's inside of Rockin' Money. That's the key. We'll see. I mean, they may end up dueling, and might neither of them get anything. I like the breeding. The dam did win on the dirt going long, but 2 of his 3 wins were on the turf, so I think you can see where they were going here with running the horse on the turf. And it's not the strongest of bred for the off, but the one thing you can say, those are better races. I know they're turf, at least lately, but they're better races. This race did not come up tough for a 2 lifetime allowance. Rocket Money's numbers aren't that great. Gray-haired Gus is a deep closer. Wit Dashing Speed doesn't even belong in the race. Saratoga Warrior is the other interesting one, I thought, because here's a horse. I believe this one's the first time gelding, too, by the way. Did win against 40,000 statebreds as a 2-year-old. The problem with Saratoga Warrior is he hasn't run this year. So what do you do with this horse? I probably would have used him on top if he had a race under him this year. He's been gelded since, makes his first start as a 3-year-old, but you look at the maiden victory, man, this horse is good. Should be good enough. Should be tough. But again, I'm going to lean towards Unbridled Chain over Saratoga Warrior just because at least he's got some recency. I'll throw in Gray-haired Gus over Rockin' Money. If Unbroken Chain's not in the race, I probably would have took Rockin' Money on top. Now I didn't use him at all, and I might pay for it because the horse runs pretty good on and off track. But I like the race that Gray-haired Gus ran last time. He looks like he's improving. He won against the racetrack. That was a speed-favoring racetrack that day that didn't matter. Gray-haired Gus won and looked good winning. So I know the number wasn't that good and the time wasn't that good, but it was a speed-favoring track. Nobody was closing ground, and he did. And should have, and with a stablemate in the race, or sorry, not the stablemate, but Ferraro's horse in the race with Rockin' Money, he's a stablemate to Saratoga Warrior. And Unbroken Chain, you do have that pace scenario that maybe Gray-haired Gus will have something to run at in here and be a factor at a price. 6-2-4 in the 7th. Okay. Last race, again, good size fields today. I wish we had the handicapping contest today. Uh, a 5,000 claimer is the eighth. It goes a distance of 5.5 furlongs. Good race to finish it off. You might want a few of them in here. I'm taking a shot with Isle Storm. I have not liked the tactics at all on this horse, so I'm just hoping that they do use aggressive. I keep saying that. I mean, I hope they use aggressive tactics today, and then they don't. So, I mean, one of the things you could say is she did stumble at the start, 2 starts ago with the 11-9. So I'll give them that. But last race didn't even try to challenge Tasty Wave, and Tasty Wave was just gone, and probably would have run at least second if she did. But it thinks maybe they wanted to get off the rail. I'm hoping they don't do the same thing, because when the horse was taken back off the rail and kind of checked a little bit, Tasty Wave was gone from there. And she lost a lot of ground in trying to do that. I don't think that was a good move. But she gets another star for 5,000. Does have the one other speed outside of her, Fast Fran. But again, Fast Fran is not the same horse this year. She still has her quick early speed. I'm just hoping they don't do that. I'm hoping that they just don't let Fast Fran go. Because I think Isle Storm can win here if she's able to hold the rail on Fast Fran. Because Fast Fran's been stopping late. And she can hold off the closers at 5,000. She likes an off track. She's got 3 wins in 8 starts on an off track. It's just a matter of using good tactics and getting out there. I think they can win the last. Again, my royal vow, by broken vow, you would think this horse likes an off track, but she hasn't done well on it, which is surprising. Maybe this horse is getting a little bit better again. I mean, she looked good in Victory last time. I know it was an easier field, but this horse won very easily. She may like these cooler days. I mean, this is a cooler day today. I think would be no surprise she came back. And you got to think the horses should be okay on an off track by broken vow. Got to like her. I'm a Lot of Ladies, an interesting one. Took a long time to break her maiden, but was claimed out of her last start. Ferraro's been pretty good off of the claim. So I would not be surprised if this horse bounces back and runs well here. They went 105 in that Tasty Wave race, where, again, Tasty Wave kind of shook loose in there, and that's why that horse kept going, because Isle Storm took back off of her when she was inside and tried to get off the rail. I'm a Lot of Lady was compromised by what Isle Storm did, and as the rest of the field was, because Isle Storm took full advantage of it. But I could see this horse improving off of the claim, because that's what Ferraro horses do. Bayou Melody is an interesting one. She gets class relief, dropping to 5. And the big question, is she the same horse she was last year? She had 4 wins in 6 starts going back to 2024. She was very good in the higher claimer and starter conditions. So she has not fired the same kind of race this year. She gets class relief today, dropping to 5,000. So if there's another one in the tank, maybe we'll see it today. And she does have 2 wins on an off track. That doesn't bother her. So we're going to go with the 2, 5, 6, and 7 in today's final race on the card. And it's a good one. I like the second half of this card a lot. And you got that off track. You got to account for it. Make your adjustments and handicap accordingly. Remember, a little later today, we're at 1:50. I don't know if you're tuning in, hoping to see the first race. It's at 1:15. You have to see me for a couple more minutes. They're probably getting out there in the paddock now for the first race. Remember, no live racing the rest of the week. Next live day will be Monday, and that day we will have a 1 o'clock first post. I'll see you then.
Horses coming on the track, first race, Finger Lakes. There's the 1, Spetro and Andre Worry. Number 3, Bobby the Tank and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5, Kegs and Luis Perez. Number 6 is Finalist and Hemant Harkey. And number 7, Wild Bankard. Jockey changed to Joel Cruz, no apprentice allowance. Track is sloppy here at Finger Lakes. First race in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate for the opening race at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. First race from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 to go a mile 70 yards. Track is sloppy. 8-5 favorite. Currently, Wild Banker, number 7. 2-1, number 5, Kegs. Kegs goes in, finalist. And Wild Banker to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. A picture-perfect start. It's Spetro who's sent to the front end. Bobby the Tank's in second, then it's Kegs in third. Wild Bankers to the outside of finalist at the back as they get ready to corner around that first turn. It's Spetro who's on top, has a lead by about a length over Bobby the Tank who's on the outside. Finalist comes on through towards the rail, and finalist is only 3 parts of a length off the lead. Now back into third as Bobby the Tank is the immediate danger to Spetro's early lead. The back 2 markers, Kegs is to the outside of Wild Banker at the tail of the field. About 4 lengths from top to bottom as they race up the backstretch. Spetro has the lead. First quarter, 24 seconds. Spetro leads by 3 parts of a length. Bobby the Tank and the green blinkers outside second. Finalist blue blinkers towards the inside in third. Wild Bankers to the inside of Kegs. Those two about 3.5 lengths off the lead at the back of the pack. The half in 48 2/5 as they make the entry into the far turn. Spetro, the lead's a length and a half. Bobby the Tank engages outside in second. Finalist towards the inside third. Kegs is in fourth, and a couple lengths back to Wild Banker, who's been shuffled back to the tail of the field. As they wind their way to the quarter pole, it's Spetro, finalist, now threatens on the outside. Bobby the Tank drops back in third. Kegs and Wild Banker on the outside, fourth and fifth as they reach the top of the stretch. Spetro cuts the corner. Finalists under a heavy drive outside second. These two clear by 8 lengths over Bobby the Tank and Wild Banker. They run to the 16th pole. A feud between Spetro and finalists. Spetro digs in. Finalist on the outside. Here's the winning line. Close. Spetro, I thought got a good bob there, but that's a photo finish. Finalist was second. Wild Banker third. Then it was Bobby the Tank. Number 1, Spetro got to the finish line in front of number 6, finalists. Third, number 7, Wild Banker. Fourth, number 3, Bobby the Tank. Mile 70 yards and 143.90. To the winner's circle, number 1, Spetro. New York bred, 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Ghost Zapper out of Congabella. Michael Foster, the owner. Charlton Baker, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Off the Hook LLC, Gumster Stable, and Ghost Zapper Syndicate, bred Spetro. 6-1 upset. First race official, $14.20. The winning mutual. Exacta, $85.50. 50-cent trifecta, $54.75. Dime superfecta, $37.85 for a 1673 winning combination. Race number 2 from Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta try superfecta. Daily double pick 3 wagering. Post time in 19 minutes. 7, Wild Banker, was claimed out of the first. Three-way shake. New owner trainer David Oyola. Wild Banker claimed out of the first.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2. That was Spetro. Big price on that one, drifting up to 6-1, and getting the victory. Andre Worry for Charlie Baker. Not sure what happened there, but that you got some value on that horse. Actually, looked like he was going to get beat. His finalists got to him, and somehow Spetro was able to hold that rival off to take the opener. Second race, a 5,000 claimer, never won 2 condition, going a distance of a mile and a 16th. Look at some of the contenders in here. No real standouts in this second race. We got a few races like that today. They're good betting races. Look at Skellig Island on the drop in class. Here's a horse that ran third, going not even his best distance, trying to close on a 47.5. So actually ran very well when dropped to the 11. And then last time tried 6 furlongs and caught a really tough group. Now we'll go route for the first time for 5,000. I mean, with a drop in class alone, Skellig Island should be a major player in here, but is very cold on the board at odds of 9-1. Of course, logical horse in the first, Spetro, went off 6-1. Maybe you can get some value on the off track today. The other logical horses, you got the 4. That's Makar. Makar will add blinkers. Only career win was on an off track with blinkers. So maybe that could be the key here. You got to forgive the last effort if you're back in Makar, though. His previous start, where he ran second to Neptune Beach, is probably good enough to beat this field. Remember, he had all kinds of trouble, a lot of bumping in that race. Not sure if he would have beat the winner anyway, but it was a good effort for Makar when he stretched out in that route race last time. So see if he can bounce back against these horses. The 6-horse Vesuvio, be interesting to see how this horse handles the track, and he drops as well. He's been having his issues. He broke poorly last time. The race before was badly beaten on the turf at the Belmont and Aqueduct meet. Now his one victory was against the 30,000s in New York. He was here as a 2-year-old and running competitively as a 2-year-old. Again, it comes down to how this horse will handle the off track. He's certainly bred well, and he did have the 1 second place finish on an off track as a 2-year-old, but his other race in New York wasn't good. He finished last, but could have been other variables involved in that. The horse that is getting all the early money is the 2, One With Everything. One With Everything was a maiden for a long time. Finally busted through the maiden condition and has been running at the bottom against the 2 Lifetimes and running well. Both route races are good. Ran second to the Mighty Don and ran second to HP Plaisance. Both speed horses that got away from him, but he kind of picked up the pieces for second in both of those races. You can kind of see a similar trip here. The problem in this race is there's a true lack of pace in race number 2. So could come down to who does get the lead, or if they bunch up on the lead early. I wouldn't expect a quick pace in this second race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2.
Horses coming on the track, second race at Finger Lakes. Leading the post parade, number 1, Dancing with Jake, with Rafael Regina Jr. Number 2, One with Everything, and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, Skellick Island and Christian Navarro. Number 4 is Makar, Andre Worry. Number 5, Bon Chance, Chris Russell, the riding assignment. Number 6, Vesuvio and Joel Cruz. And number 7, Unity Dreams with Chris Elliott. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes, approaching the gate. Horses have reached the starting gate. Second race here at Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go a mile and a 16th. 2-1 number 3, Skellick Island. One with everything going up. Makar. Bon Chance. Vesuvio and Unity Dreams. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Fast start for Makar, who's hustled for the lead. Unity Dreams on the far outside. Dancing with Jake's at the fence. One with Everything's in fourth to the inside of Skellick Island. Bon Chance will be 3 wide around that first turn in second last. And Vesuvio's deep on the course at the back of the pack as they circle around the first turn. It's Makar who wanted that lead and has it by a length and a half. Unity Dreams rates in second. Dancing with Jake in a ground-saving mode in third. Bon Chance 3 wide fourth. Skellick Island in between horses in fifth. 5 lengths off the lead. A length and a half to One with Everything, who's about 7 lengths in front of Vesuvio, who's at the back. First quarter mile clicked off in 24 seconds, less than 5 furlongs to go. Makar doling out the fractions, the leads 2 lengths. Dancing with Jake with an early move up the inside, up into second. Unity Dreams outside of him in third. Skellick Island to the inside of Bon Chance, who's 4 wide up the backstretch in fifth, 5.5 off the lead. Then 5 lengths back to One with Everything, and then about 15 lengths to Vesuvio, who trails the half and 48 2/5. Makar on the far turn widens the lead to 5 lengths over Dancing with Jake. Skellick Island towards the inside in third. Unity Dreams backpedals. Bon Chance is outside of him, and then it's One with Everything in second last as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's all Makar. Makar comes off the turn, leading by 10 lengths. Skellick Island is in second. Dancing with Jake's in third. Bon Chance on the outside fourth, but gosh, 20 lengths off the lead. And with the 16th to go, it's Makar. Makar and jockey Andre Worry are well clear of the rest. Skellick Island will be second. Dancing with Jake third. Bon Chance fourth. 4315, Makar first. Mile 16th, 146.94. Makar pays $14.60 to win. Back to the winner's circle, number 4, Makar. New York bred, 5-year-old chestnut Ridgeling by Distorted Humor out of Katama. Kamala Besasar, the owner. Caitlin Gutterson, the trainer. Andre Worry with his second win on today's card. Vineyard Racing bred, Makar. Prices. Double $61.50. Exacta $27.40. 50-cent try, $21.12. Dime Super, $17.12. Third race from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double. Pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Pick 4 starts in the third. Post time in 19 minutes at 2:14 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 3. Some big prices today for logical horses. Maybe that's a good trend. You're getting some really good value. Makar, in that paceless race, added blinkers and got the lead. Ran a big second back in July. I'm not sure why that horse was such a big price, but got the win over Skellig Island, who's the logical horse in there. So he had a pretty good exact. Andre Worry for trainer Caitlin Gutterson. That's the other thing. You've had the leading rider, Andre Worry, on both winners of the early double, and they were both 6-1. I guess you had good value today at Finger Lakes. Third race, 5,000 claimer for fillies and mares, going a distance of 5.5 furlongs. See where the early money is. Laughter, a very logical horse in here. Thought Ouch That Hurts would be logical as well. Ouch That Hurts has 5 wins in 10 starts on and off track. Hard to ignore. I don't think she necessarily really loves it. I think she just keeps her form on it because her overall record has always been good, as she's been always running at the bottom level, and she's been a little bit better than the bottom level of 5,000. She probably could have won a lot of races at the 11 and 9. So she's been making a living at the bottom, and last race she ran very well. Her first start off the layoff, she got off slow. It really compromised her, and she may have needed the race anyway. Her second start, you saw the real Ouch That Hurt, and she dominated as she blew by Fast Fran, was the only speed. Of course, Fast Fran's not the same horse. But she did a good time for the day, and wouldn't be a big surprise with the off track if she did come right back. Laughter doesn't mind it either. Laughter's got a good record, as she's never been worse than second on an off track. But again, she's another one. She just keeps her form. She's a good horse overall. I'm not sure what happened last time. I guess Tasty Wave kind of got away from her, and she didn't break all that sharp that race. So I can see a bounce back effort from Laughter as well. And she is getting some play. She's getting the most support here right now at 2-1. The 3, Jolly Miss Jill, would be more of the closer in here. If the pace does take its toll, you got Bad Connection, who ensures the good pace. You know, Bad Connection has the one way of going. So Georgie's Ladies may keep that one honest. Everybody else seems to want to be close. That Jolly Miss Jill can sit back, relax, and try to make a run at them late. It is only 5.5 furlongs, but she does have a win at the distance. And maybe her running style will help if the pace takes its toll. As some of the contenders for the third, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, the pick 3, and the pick 4 starts here.
Fillies and mares coming on the track for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. There's number 1, Laughter, with Kevin Navarro. Number 2, Bad Connection, Alexa Marie Cintron, and apprentice aboard. Number 3, Jolly Miss Jill, with Michael Davila Jr. Number 4, Mrs. Bell, Juan Diaz. Number 5, Georgie's Ladies, and Hemant Harkey. And number 6, Ouch, That Hurt, Jeremiah's Flores partners up. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Third race from Finger Lakes. Field of 6. Fillies and Mares going 5 1/2 furlongs. 8 to 5. Number 6. Ouch. That hurt. Now 3 to 2 on her. 5 to 2 on number 1. Laughter. Mrs. Bell going up. Georgie's Ladies. And ouch. That hurt. They're all on the gate. And they're off, taking up after the start, Mrs. Bell. It's Laughter and Bad Connection. The inside two going out for the lead. The gray ouch that hurts outside in third. 3 more lengths. Jolly Miss Jill to the inside of Georgie's Ladies fourth and fifth. And after that bad start, Mrs. Bell's at the tail of the field. 2 horses dueling on the front end. Less than a half mile to go. Bad Connection to the outside of Laughter. Ouch that hurt. The 2 to 1 co-favorite in third, 3 lengths off the lead, a space of about 5. Georgie's Ladies is in fourth, and 2 lengths, and Mrs. Bell is out of last. Jolly Miss Jill's at the tail of the field as they reach the quarter pole. Bad Connection with a slender lead. Laughter comes right back at her, and Laughter reclaims the lead. Ouch that hurt is under a drive, but trying to advance on the 3 wide side, and Mrs. Bell from far back is about 7 lengths off the lead. Laughter has the lead with 1 furlong to go. Ouch, that hurt, bearing down on the outside second. Mrs. Bell's in third, 16th to go. It's Laughter who leads by a couple lengths over Ouch, that hurt, and Laughter will prevail. Ouch, that hurt second. Mrs. Bell third, close for fourth. Jolly Miss Jill to the inside of Bad Connection. 1643, Laughter, your unofficial winner. 5.5 furlongs, 107.15. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, Laughter. New York bred, 6-year-old bay mare by Looking at Lucky on to Laugh Often. Windy Lee Farm owns, Jonathan Buckley trains, Kevin Navarro the winning jockey. Lamb Home bred, Laughter. $6.50 the winning Win Mutual on Laughter. Daily double, 48.20. Exacta, 21.60. 50-cent trifecta, $35.87. Dime superfecta, $15.42. Race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, Big Rich. That's part of an entry. Number 1, Big Rich, is scratch. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time, race number 4 in about 21 minutes at 2:45 p.m.
Coming up on race number 4, and yeah, it came down to the two logicals as Laughter able to get the jump on Ouch That Hurt. Laughter likes the off track. The horse just she just kept going under Kevin Navarro, and Ouch That Hurt unable to chase her down. So Navarro gets the victory for trainer John Buckley. That starts off the early pick 4. We go to the 4th and scratch the 1 part of entry. Big Rich. This is the late pick 5. I thought this is late pick 5. Really nice play today as you got some good sized fields. You might want to throw some money at it today. It looks like a good chance to get some value. I could use a few of them in here. I did lean towards Fiery Heart as my top choice coming out of a good race. Even though it was a 4-horse field, the winner, Sky We Trust, I mean, that horse is as good as an allowance horse, and he did come back to win. Disco Dino, a former stakes horse, was the speed that got second. So the third place finish not as bad as it looks. The first start off the layoff was actually very good. He was compromised by the outside post, and he was rolling late to just miss that day at 3/4. Same distance today, little better post, and might be able to get the right kind of trip. He doesn't mind an off track either. He's currently at odds of 7-2, and you're going to get a price on whoever you like in here because it's a good sized field with no real standouts. Flowing River looks to be the speed. Actually does have his best lifetime buyer performed on and off track. That's 76, and 2 of his 4 starts have been wins on and off track. One of them recently in the slop, defeating Max Foster going the 3/4 distance. For Flowing River, it might all depend on how fast this horse has to go early if he does get some pressure from Courageous Ola, who could be the other speed outside of him. But if he does get a clear lead, he might prove awfully tough to catch in here. Civil Service is kind of at the mercy of the pace. He does have a back class edge. He's in for the 4 lifetime, but like I said, face it, he's faced some tough customers in the past. So he stays at the 11-9 level. He's in for the waiver claim, so no risk here, and he's good enough to beat this field. Just a matter of his running style more than anything, trying to close late if they don't back up. The 8 No Confession is all kinds of excuses. Last time he did have a troubled trip and only got beat a length when dropping in. He was facing allowance horses before that, including Sorority Prank, who's been sharp this year. So this one might be a little of a sleeper, an overlooked horse coming out of good races with troubled trips. And he's a very good price right now at odds of 6-1. But that's what you're going to get here. It's a wide open 4th race. We're going to start the late pick 5. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also offered. Again, scratch the 1. Big Rich.
Horses coming on the track for the fourth race from Finger Lakes. Number 2 is Fighter Kite and Carlos Camilo. Number 4 is Civil Service. And Sofia Vives. Number 5, Flowing River, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 6, Fiery Heart and Kevin Navarro. Right behind him, number 7, Courageous Ola, Nasario Alvarado. Number 8 is No Confession and Cabercoa. Number 9 is Gimme the Money and Luis Perez. The 1A, Monomoy Beach and Joel Cruz. And already on the backstretch, number 3, Old Man Winter and Michael Davila Jr. Post time in a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the fourth race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 9 to go 6 furlongs. Wide open betting race. 3-1 on number 5, Flowing River. Manamoy Beach. No Confession and Gimme the Money. Gimme the Money to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Courageous Ola and Gimme the Money. These two dash out for the lead, joined by Manamoy Beach, who's in between those two in third. Flowing River emerges fourth. Old Man Winter towards the inside in fifth. A space of 3, No Confession. Yellow Blinkers 6, passing Fighter Kite in seventh. Civil Service is in second last, and Fiery Hearts at the back of the pack, and about 14 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go. Courageous Ola hugs the inside, has the lead by a length and a half. Flowing River threatens outside in second. Manamoy Beach 3 wide third. Old Man Winters towards the inside. Give Me the Money is stuck out very wide on the turn. 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead. Then it's No Confession. Followed up by Fighter Kite. Fiery Heart and Civil Service are at the back of the pack, both about 9 lengths off the lead. It's Flowing River who has headed. Courageous Ola. Old Man Winter nowhere really to go. Manamoy Beach is outside with Give Me the Money. Here's No Confession on the grandstand side. Fiery Heart even further out, wide open here with a final furlong to go. Old Man Winter now gets that lead in mid-stretch as it's No Confession on the far outside is closing in. Flowing River is also right there, but it's Old Man Winter. Old Man Winter lighting up the tote board at 17-1. Photo for second between Fighter Kite and No Confession. Number 3, Old Man Winter first. Photo sign up for second. 6 furlongs, 112.31. Number 8, No Confession was second. Third, number 2, Fighter Kite. Fourth, number 5, Flowing River. Old Man Winter back to the winner's circle. Kentucky bred, 8-year-old chestnut gelding by Munnings. Out of Never Said I Was Sweet. James S. Aquilano, owner trainer. Michael Davila Jr., the winning jockey. Red Oak stable bred, Old Man Winter. $36.80 the winning mutual. Daily double $136.50. Exacta $245. 50-cent try $437.50. Dime super $478.45. And pick three $44.37. On to the back half of the Wednesday card here at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, Lucio Non Earl in this 5th race. Scratch the 2, Rodolphe. Scratch the 7, C. Shepherd. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, lead pick 4 wagering. Post time in about 20 minutes.
9 minutes opposed for race number 5. And looking back, yeah, Old Man Winter. Man, did that horse take off. He does like an off track. It just beat a pretty good field on the off track today. Michael Davila for owner trainer Jim Aquilano. If you're just playing the breeding and the off track, he was the one to come up with. Fighter Kite likes it too, and some of the other ones just not taken to the track. Sometimes you just got to play the moisture more than the talent sometimes. But that horse always fires, at least has in the past. Scratch the 1 part of entry. Lucio Nanuro scratched the 2. Rodolfi and scratched the 7. Sea Shepherd. And looking at the board right now, Sanzio the 3 getting some play at 2-1. Yeah, I mean the horse does have some races in the past that would be competitive in here, where it hit the board in an off the turf event after running third, only beating a few lengths back during that time. I mean, you can't fault the connections. When they brought a horse in from New York, they've done extremely well, and they're over 40% when you're talking about the connections of Michael S. Ferraro and Sofia Vivas. I went a different way in here. I was looking at the 8 Rebellious Type. Rebellious Type right now at odds of 9-2. This horse cost $1 million as a yearling. You know, of course, it is an Into Mischief. That's why, obviously, they average well over $500,000 for the sire fees. And the dam was a multiple graded stakes winner. Now, this is a Kentucky bred. Made the first start at Saratoga. Was in an open maiden special weight race. Didn't fire at all. Took money as part of an entry. And do you really give up on the horse in the second start here at Finger Lakes? The big thing that I'll keep with this horse's top choice, even though it's not exactly the move you kind of want, but has a big number for an off track with the Into Mischief and the dam side. So I'm gonna go with the Rebellious Type on top, 9-2, 12-1 morning line. Another one that has that kind of profile is the 4 Mossad. This one will be first time gelded though. Cost $140,000 a 2-year-old. It's got good off track breeding and only made 1 start. It was on the turf in a route as a 2-year-old. And that's where it's different. This horse is coming off a year layoff. That's a long time away from the races for Mossad. But again, it's a maiden race. It's just like looking at it like a first time starter, and the breeding is there. Why not? It would not be a big surprise if this horse were to win. But because of that year layoff, not getting much for action at 7-1. Asleep at 8 is the 5 horse. Asleep at 8 went off the favorite last time in first race over the track and did have a troubled start and not a good race at all. Gives the horse another chance with a race over the track. The off-track races aren't that bad at Oaklawn. Could see this horse improving in a big way. The 6 is, speaking of first-time starters, you got Rise Advantage, the 6 horse. This one's a half to PJ Advantage, horse that won the Barker here in 2019. And the reason I mentioned that horse more than anything, PJ Advantage, is the horse did like an off track. I mean, you didn't really see it in the breeding, but the horse did. And this one, out of Weefsea, is by Bustin' Stones. And Bustin' Stones usually don't mind an off track either. So another one to consider in this race right now at odds of 6-1. But I'm going to take the $1 million horse, Rebellious Type on top. Got 8, 5, 4, and 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double. And the late pick 4 starts there. We scratch the 1, 2, and 7.
Horses coming on the track for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Kicks off the late pick 4. The 1A was Renaissance Man and Hemen Harkey. There's the 3, Sanzio and Sofia Vives. Number 4 is Mossad and Kaber Koa. Number 5 is Asleep at 8, Andre Worry. Number 6, Rise Advantage, Jeremias Flores. Number 8, Rebellious Type, Christopher Elliott. And number 9 is Cadillac Joe and Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Approaching the gate for race number 5. Horses at the gate, race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Maidens going 6 furlongs, 5-2 on both. Number 3, Sanzio, and number 5, Asleep at 8. Asleep at 8 goes in. Rise Advantage. Rebellious Type. Renaissance Man, and Cadillac Joe. Cadillac Joe to the outside, and they're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start. Rise Advantage barreling out for the lead. Cadillac Joe on the outside. Cadillac Joe grabs that lead. Rise Advantage races in second. Renaissance Man third. Mossad towards the inside fourth. Rebellious Type is in between horses in fifth. Then a length back to Sanzio towards the inside sixth. And 3 parts of a length to Asleep at 8, who's at the tail of the field and about 9 lengths off the lead and trying to advance as they make the entry into the turn. It's Cadillac Joe who opens up by about 5 lengths. Rise Advantage still holds on to second over Renaissance Man. Sanzio's towards the inside, skimming the inside in fourth. Sleep at 8 circles up on the extreme outside, and then it's Rebellious Type and Mossad's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and Cadillac Joe has a huge lead. Cadillac Joe into the stretch has the lead, but call it 10 lengths over Asleep at 8, who's now up into second. Sanzio's up the inside in third, and then it's Rise Advantage and Rebellious Type. 16th to go. It's Cadillac Joe. Cadillac Joe ran this field off their collective feet. A 7-1 upset. Cadillac Joe close for second. Sanzio second over Asleep at 8, and then it was Rebellious Type in fourth. Nine three five eight. Sanzio got third. Or Sanzio got second, excuse me. Number 3, Sanzio got second. 9358 in race 5 from Finger Lakes. 6 furlongs in 110.84. Cadillac Joe, upset winner at 7-1. Number 3, Sanzio second. Third, number 5, Asleep at 8. Fourth, number 8, Rebellious Type. Race 5 is official. Cadillac Joe pays $16 to win. Cadillac Joe's second career start, a winning one. Kentucky bred. 3-year-old dark brown gelding by Catalina Cruiser out of Sing Sing Dixie. Joseph Bucci is the owner. William Bartlett the trainer. Joel Cruz the winning jockey. Cadillac Joe bred by Parker Farms. Daily double $221, exacta $52.50, 50-cent try $34.62. Dime super $19.12, 50-cent pick 3 $333. Pick 5 5 of 5. Into the 5 figures, $17,976 and a meaningless 75 cents. 6th race at Finger Lakes. No changes. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. 20 minutes to race number 6 from Finger Lakes.
All right, we're coming up on race number 6. What an effort by the winner right there. As only the second career start for Cadillac Joe was dominant. Joel Cruz for Bill Bartlett. That one just opened up the lead and did not look back. Well, I got a special guest for this sixth race. Well, it's only fitting. I think his father's got 2 horses in here. The great Lugu. Well, I'm here with Ray Lou Gutierrez is in town just to handicap this particular race. Ray Lou, I'm going to give the mic to you and tell me what you think.
Thanks, and yeah, what a performance last race. No one's riding better than Joel Cruz right now, I gotta say. So congrats to those connections. So race 6, 3/4. I mean, this is a wide open race. I don't see any standouts here. You know, you got non-winners of 2 races, sloppy track today. My value pick this race, truly just from back class, One Vision, my dad's horse. I don't really pick my dad's horses, but I do. 7 pounds off, you know. If the Bug Girl can get this horse forwardly placed, probably some outside speed, I really do like this horse to upset the field. Free Folk coming off of it. I don't love Free Folk because here at the Finger Lakes, it's really tough to close on a sloppy track. This horse is always coming from out of it. He's coming in from Parks. Hopefully Andre can get him a little bit closer. Track's leading rider. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, yeah, I love closers at the Finger Lakes on an off-track day. So we're going to have to – that's 3-1, but I don't love it. 7th race Shake, you know, scratched last time in the gates. She'll be there consistent. We'll see what she can do. Drop in a 5. Should be get it done, but we'll see. Inside speed, James Aquilano, they already upset the card today, right? Earlier, I believe, with Michael. I could see them shooting out from the rail, and you know, why not go on with it? This horse, when he gets to the front end, he gets confident. You know, last time 11,000, a little bit tougher group, but today if Michael can get him forward. So I love the 1. I love the Lugu entry. I gotta respect Caitlin Gutterson. You know, just at least for 3rd. But One Vision, that's my pick of the race. You know, I mean, I'm shooting for a home run right here.
Okay, maybe that was a mistake having Ray Lou on. Well, we'll find out. He's a little biased, I think. Ray Lou, thanks for. Where are you going to be this week? Where are you riding this week?
Gulfstream.
It'll be a Gulfstream.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot warmer here. What do you think of the weather today?
It's refreshing for me. I like it, you know, being out there because it's been 100 degrees in Florida.
It's cold today. I think I need a jacket. He's here with a sweatshirt. Thanks, Ray Lou, for being on with me. All right. Well, I think there was a little bit of bias in those picks for Lugu, but I actually did take an upset here. I thought this race was pretty wide open. You got Sweet Julian. The question is going to be the distance. This horse has never been 6 furlongs, but has also never been at 5,000. Ray Lou just mentioned Old Man Winner won earlier on the card for Aquilano. But how about Cadillac Joe just running 110 and change in the prior race? Maybe we can see this track quicken up a little bit, and a horse like Sweet Julian can hold the rail and keep going in this race. The 4 7th race Shake, yeah, I got to agree with that one, has got to be there on the drop in class to 5,000. This was the level of the claim where ran behind 4 Eyes, another drop down, another top 3 threat. I guess the only issue would be the amount of seconds that this horse has had. You got to look for this off-track breeding on some of these horses because that's what's coming through in some of these races. It is a true sloppy track out there, and you saw the horse by Munnings win earlier, and other horses that have just overall good off-track pass. The other horses I used Drive Through, not bad numbers for the off-track. This will be the first time ever on an off-track for Drive Through. Did have a win recently against the 11s, then tried the 11 and 9s. Now drops to an all-time low as it drops to the bottom at 5,000. Free Folk, the only problem with Free Folk is where he's positioned. It's a tough spot being on the outside from a 10-post, but a logical horse off of the recent form at Park. So it's a lot of the contenders, a good 10-horse field, good wide-open 10-horse field in race number 6. Exacta Tri, Super Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts here.
Coming on the track for race 6 from Finger Lakes, number 1 is Sweet Julian and Michael Davila Jr. Number 2, Burning Money and Hemant Harkey. Number 3 is Saratoga Weekend, GM Rohina. Number 4, 7th Race Shake, Nasario Alvarado. Number 5, Support the Cat, Christian Navarro. Number 6, a horse named One Vision with apprentice Alexa Marie Cintron. Number 7 is Go Get the Bag and Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 8 is Drive Through and Cabercoa. Number 9, Just a Guy, Jeremiah Flores. And number 10 is Free Folk with jockey Andre Warrior Board. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race 6 from Finger Lakes. Big field of 10 to go 6 furlongs. 9 to 5 favorite number 4, 7th Race Shake. 5 to 2 on number 10, Free Folk. Support the Cat coming up. Just a Guy goes in. Go Get the Bag and Free Folk. 9 to 5, 7th race shake. Drive Through goes in. Now Free Folk to the outside. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Not a good start for 7th race shake, who is last. It's Burning Money who's sending out for the lead. Sweet Julian towards the inside. Drive Through is 3 deep. And then it's Just a Guy and Free Folk, who stuck out very wide in 5th, but only a length and a half off the lead. 7th race shake advances up the inside in 6th. And then in 7th, that's Saratoga Weekend. Go Get the Bag runs along in 8th. Support the Cats in 9th, 7 lengths off the lead, and a gap of about 4 lengths to One Vision, who trails the field. Onto the turn. It's Drive Through who has the lead by a half length over Burning Money. Just a Guy outside of Drive Through. Free Folk has been deep on the turn throughout, but only a half length off the lead. And then in 5th place, Saratoga Weekend. Go Get the Bag goes wide with Support the Cat as they arrive at the top of the stretch. It's Drive Through who's the first to face us. Free Folk and Just a Guy bearing down on the outside, 2nd and 3rd. Burning Money's in 4th. And then in 5th, Saratoga Weekend. 16th to go. Drive Through on top by a little over 2 lengths over Just a Guy in 2nd. It's Drive Through in front. Just a Guy 2nd and got very close for 3rd. Either Saratoga Weekend or Free Folk. Eight, 9, and a photo for 3rd. Number 8, Drive Through first. 6 furlongs, 114.51. Back to the winner's circle, number 8, Drive Through. New York bred, 4-year-old bay gelding by Central Banker out of R. Miss Jones. Joseph McMahon, Ann McMahon, and America's Pastime Stables, the ownership. Ralph Alessandro, the trainer, and Caber Koa, the winning jockey. McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, bred Drive Through. 3rd did go to the 3, Saratoga Weekend. 4th, number 10, Free Folk. 8, 9, 3, 10. $16.20 the winning mutual, 6 race official. Daily double $116, exacta $229, 50-cent trifecta $373. Dime superfecta $520.10. Pick 444, $2,140. Seventh race from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 5, Swift Bank. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, late daily double wagering. Post time in about 17 minutes.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 7, and drive-through able to respond to the drop in class, as that horse was facing maiden special weights before dropping to 11 to win and now dropping to 5. Very logical horse, so good price for drive-through. Just a matter of how these horses, whether they'll handle the track or not. Sweet Julian unable to do so. A couple of the other favorites unable to do so, and drive-through was able to. Cabercoa for Ralph D'Alessandro in race number 6. Okay, 7th race, an allowance race, number 1, 2 condition. We'll scratch the 5, Swift Bank. A lot of early money on Saratoga Warrior. This one should be listed as a first-time gelding, by the way. Has been off for quite some time, off since December, but did show some talent in a second start down at Belmont at Aqueduct Meet. This horse did pull off a victory against 40,000 state breds. Didn't have much luck against winners and got put on the shelf. So this will be the first start as a 3-year-old and also the first start as a gelding for Saratoga Warrior, but has all the credentials. That's Wit Dashing Speed acting up a little bit. He's a little feisty in there. Probably knows he'd be better off in a claimer. But the 6 horse, Unbroken Chain, out of a dam that was pretty decent. 2 of the 3 wins, though, were on the turf. That's why you see Unbroken Chain coming off the turf. But he does have some dirt efforts, and he does have some decent breeding for the off-track. Wouldn't say great, but one thing he does have is a class edge. And of the 2 classier horses, considering Saratoga Warrior and Unbreakable Change, this one at least has been out this year, as that might give him an advantage over that other rival that's making his first Finger Lakes debut, Saratoga Warrior. Looking for some other possibilities. You got the 4, Gray-Haired Gus. Did show some improvement closing ground and getting a victory against the track last time. He did lose to Rockin' Money in his debut. They both are making their debuts that day on and off track. It was on a sloppy track, so Rockin' Money got the better of him that day. Pace scenario might be different today, which could benefit Gray-Haired Gus a little bit more, and now he's had a few starts under his belt, and he seems to be getting a little bit better. Yeah, and mentioned Rockin' Money. He did win that debut on an off track. There's a few of them in there that were making their first start and hasn't really run a bad race. But Cabercoa opts to leave this one to ride the 2, Saratoga Warrior. The other thing is, it does look like Unbroken Chain's going to have some speed, that Rocket Money's going to have to play presser from the outside. Still a horse you have to consider. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in race number 7. Again, we scratch the 5, Swift Bank.
Coming on the track, 7th race, Finger Lakes. Number 1, Billy at the gate. Jeremias Flores, the jockey. Number 2 is Saratoga Warrior and Caber Koa. Number 3, With Dashing Speed and Laird Bailey. Number 4 is Gray-Haired Gus, Kevin Navarro. Number 6, Unbroken Chain and Christopher Elliott. And number 7 is Rockin' Money and Luis Perez. Post time in a few minutes. Post time a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes, approaching the gate for race 7. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. 7 to 5, number 2, Saratoga Warrior. 8 to 5, number 6, Unbroken Chain. Allowance race non-winners of 2. Gray-haired Gus, Unbroken Chain, and Rockin' Money. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Rocket Money, hustled out for the lead with dashing speed. Billy at the gates at the fence. Saratoga Warriors also in the vanguard in the 2-path. Saratoga Warrior, Billy at the gate first and second. Rocket Money outside third with dashing speed, out sprinted now in fourth. A length and a half, 2 to Unbroken Chain, is about 3 lengths in front of gray-haired Gus, who's at the back. Half mile to go. Billy at the gate on top by a half length over Saratoga Warrior, who's pressing the pace in second. Rocket Money outside in third. Unbroken Chain draws ever closer. Unbroken Chain's up into third, a length and a half off the lead, seems to have some run. Second last is gray-haired Gus, and about 9 lengths off the lead, and with dashing speed trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Saratoga Warrior, Unbroken Chain will go to the outside with Rockin' Money. Billy at the gate's not going away towards the rail. Billy at the gate, Unbroken Chain. Saratoga Warrior across the track, first, second, and third. And it's Unbroken Chain forging to the front in mid-stretch. Billy at the gate and Saratoga Warrior go for the place, but it's Unbroken Chain who draws clear late. Billy at the gate holds second. Saratoga Warrior third. Gray-haired Gus rallied late for fourth. Six, 1, 2, 4 in race 7 from Finger Lakes. 6 furlongs, 112.70. Race 7 official on Broken Chain. 4 to 5 favorite pays $3.60 to win. On Broken Chain, back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Unified out of Tampa Leath. Melanie Giddings, owner trainer. Christopher Elliott, the winning jockey. Blue Devil Racing Stable bred, Unbroken Chain. Double $37, exacta $22.60, 50-cent trifecta $21.62, dime super $9.65. Eighth and final Finger Lakes, Juan Negron on number 8, Grand Lady Indy. Exacta trifecta, superfacta wagering. Post time for the eighth and final, about 19 minutes at 4:47 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for the last race on this Wednesday card. This will be the last race of the week. I mean, hopefully the weather clears up. So I think it's expected to be a little cooler again next week. We'll see how what the weekend brings. But next Monday will be the next racing week. A couple weeks from now, remember Labor Day is not far off. Labor Day, we're going to do the jockey foot race for the permanently disabled jockey fund. That's 70 yards from the gate. Trying to make it into a handicap if I can get a weighted vest for Carlos Camilo, because he's going to be a heavy, heavy favorite in that race. Got a lot going on that day, and that's a big day always here at Finger Lakes Game. You want to be out for Labor Day. It's only a couple weeks away. Hard to believe. Getting through August already. Well, let's look at the last race. 5,000 claimer going 5.5 furlongs. Fillies and Mares. Now where's the race at the date? Or never won for condition here. I took a shot here, a little bit of a price. And we've been getting, there's been some prices today. The 2 Isles Storm, 3-time winner on off tracks. It's got the speed to get the lead. It's just a matter of they've been using bad tactics. Just want the connections to want to go to the leads, because she does have the speed to win here. She's inside of Fast Fran. If she can hold the rail on Fast Fran, she's got a good chance to win race number 8. And that's what happened last time. Tasty Wave was able to outduel her into the first turn because she took back and let that horse get the lead on her to get off the rail. So we'll see if they change the tactics here. Her best lifetime buyer is on and off track, a 66 buyer. So she's definitely dangerous either way in this race. And she's a big price at odds of 6-1. The 5 is My Royal Vow. She's by Broken Vows. You'd think that she'd like an off track, but her prior starts on an off track really aren't as good. But she's coming off a nice looking victory last time. See if she can follow it up here. She's a very logical horse against in this field. The 6 horse is I'm a Lot of Lady, a real interesting one. She is taking some play. It's Ferraro off the claim here. He claimed the horse for 5,000 and stays at the level. It's got a good record for an off track, and that's the thing. Overall, not a great percentage, but when you look at the overall record and you look at the off track record percentage wise, this horse doesn't mind it. 5 for 6 in the top 3 on the off going, and Ferraro's been good off the claim as well. And here's a horse by Bustin' Stones. So she's at odds of 4-1. Bayou Melody's due to wake up one of these days. She's got 2 wins on an off track. But her races this year against tougher, she's just not firing the same as she did last year. So she'll get some class relief, dropping to 5,000 here in the last race. So we got 5 minutes to post for the final race on the card. Exacta Try and Super offered in race number 8.
Coming on the track, 8th and final, Finger Lakes. There's the 1, Devilly, and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2 is Isles Storm and Nasario Alvarado. Number 3 is Let's Maga with Christian Navarro. Number 4, Fast Fran Hemenharkey. Number 5 is My Royal Vow and Jeremias Flores. Number 6, Amalada Lady, Joel Cruz. Number 7 is Bayou Melody and Kevin Navarro. Number 8 is Grand Indy Lady. The jockey changed to Juan Negron. And number 9 is Reiterate with Joey Martinez aboard. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for the 8th and final. And the Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 9 to go 5 1/2 furlongs. 8 to 5 on number 5, My Royal Vow. 2 to 1 on number 7, Bayou Melody. Still trying with My Royal Vow. It's been a bit of a handful, but now she goes in. Amalada Lady. Bayou Melody. Green blinkers. Worn by her. Grand Lady Indy. Reiterate to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Bayou Melody, but it's Fast Fran who gets off the mark the best and goes out for the lead. Amalada Ladies in second. Bayou Melody's in third. Grand Lady Indy 4 wide in fourth. Then it's My Royal Vow mid-flight in fifth. Devilly and Isle Storm are next, and 3 lengths to Let's Maga, who's to the inside of Reiterate. Those two about 9 lengths off the lead as they make the entry into the turn. Fast Fran on top, the lead's a length and a half as Bayou Melody comes to confront outside in second. Isle Storms towards the inside. My Royal Vow getting on track up into third, 3 wide, passing Amalada Lady as well as Isle Storm. Let's Maga is next, but 10 lengths off the lead, and then it's Devilly towards the inside and third last as they reach the top of the stretch. Fast Fran's homeward bound has a lead by 4. My Royal Vow to the outside of Bayou Melody for second, and then it's Amalada Lady and Isle Storm. They run to the 16th pole. It's Fast Fran on top by 4 over My Royal Vow is up in the second, but Fast Fran's going to get to the finish line in front today. My Royal Vow second. Close for third. Amalada Lady or Bayou Melody. Number 4, Fast Fran first. Second, number 5, My Royal Vow. Photo for third. Third, number 6, I'm a Lotta Lady. And fourth, number 7, Bayou Melody. 4, 5, 6, 7. To the winner's circle, number 4, Fast Fran. New York bred. 8-year-old chestnut mare by Alpha out of Smart Eyes, Richard Schaefer and Pam Dykerman. The ownership, Richard Schaefer is the trainer, Hemmett Harkey the winning jockey, Dr. William Wilmot. Bred Fast Fran, it's official. $12.60 the winning mutual. Daily double $25, exacta $39, 50-cent trifecta $63, dime super $43.65, pick 3 $48.50, pick 4 404 $523.25, and a pick 5 carryover $12,308.04. That will go into the Monday card here at Finger Lakes. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes on a Wednesday. Next live racing date, as I mentioned, Monday, first post, 1 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes. This is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening. We'll see you next Monday with that pick 5 carryover.